Good afternoon. Happy Friday. Made it through another week. Uh, just want to make sure. Yep, everything is maybe coming together. Why'd I just lose my monitors? All right, we're back. Well, happy Friday, everybody. Uh, I think that our technology woes might be behind us. We all know that's not true. One second. Okay. I've got I've got another headset on the way. Um, this one does seem to be working fine, but it definitely doesn't catch the sound um, as well as my Razer Black Shark headset. Okay. Yeah, so this does the trick. Um, the Black Shark, I've bought 3 Razer products now in the last little over a year, and 2 of them have just crapped out on me. Um, Overpriced garbage. Yeah, the first was the Razer Kio camera, and 9 months later, it just stopped working. And then I replaced it with the Razer Kio V2. And so far, we're good. But then I got that Razer Black Shark last April for the headset, and now the microphone just won't work. And I know it's the headset. I've narrowed that down, but oh well. So now I've got a Asus ROG, but I've got one with some more powerful noise canceling. When I'm sitting here, if my girlfriend's behind me, I can hear when she laughs through my microphone. And if they're talking behind me, I can hear that too. But um, so I made it. Like I said, Fridays between 1 and 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We are going to stick with that. We're going to keep rolling with that. And then tomorrow we'll be back 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then Wednesdays do seem to be working out. So Wednesdays closer to 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But all subjects change. I am the interim general manager at work now, so my work duties. Um, Actually, I had a meeting at 11 today, and it almost got pushed to 2:30. And I did not know what I was going to do stream wise. Thankfully, it ended up staying, but I now have to be aware of things like that because when my boss, the president of the company, needs to meet, I gotta kind of make it happen. Uh, One second. Sorry, work's still messaging me. Some last minute changes I had to make. Um, well, let's pop in. Yep, there's my whiskey. Everyone can see it. Ah, my visual looks a little dark. Well, that's not horrible. It is a little darker than I wanted. This is how it was last Saturday. I guess my technological woes are not behind us. Did something change? Not on here. I don't want to go too bright. That's probably a little better. There's a very fine line between the glare and just nothing. And messing with all the settings has been a nightmare. But, so I started working on this guy Wednesday night. I did say I wasn't going to proceed with him until today on stream. Although I didn't get anything done last night. So after I got off the stream Wednesday night, went to bed. I was so dead yesterday. All day I was tired. Woke up tired. Went to the gym still, but I was just gone. And got home. Was actually sitting here watching Monument Hobbies, and I know I fell asleep in my chair. Because they were going through trying to find a winner and for their giveaway yesterday, and we were on 4 and suddenly we were on 11. So I know I passed out for a little bit. So I went to bed real early last night. So yeah, I got most of the armor. Actually, I'm good with where the armor is at, but I need to make a change to his helmet. You can see the black along his chin line. That needs to be just like a darker gray. It still needs to read as white armor, just recessed. Otherwise, it's reading the same as like the visor. So I need to fix that, which I'll kind of slightly build up. I just did I used 4 colors for my shade, mid, highlight. So I'll just kind of go in there and build it up a little bit. All while trying to not get what's already white. And then I got to do a little touch up on the on some of the black where I got a little sloppy. And then it's a matter of doing all the black or really dark gray armor, like his shoulder plates, his rifle, his belt, with the pistols and the... Actually, there's a little spot right there that I completely forgot about too. Good thing I'm looking at this. Yeah, it's just a tiny little spot, but it's gonna show up. It's gonna look weird. So yeah, I just used slate gray into cool gray, followed by bright neutral gray, um, and lastly white blue for the highest highlights, and that kept it a real cool. Uh, dun, dun, dun. Ba, ba, ba. Don't mind me. There they are. Okay. So I still want to have somewhat of a shadow in here, but at the same time I also want it to still read as white. I feel like right now it's just a little too dark. And then what did I say? Bright neutral gray. Couple things I just want to fix on this helmet while I'm here. I think I left that front plate just a little too dark. Yeah, that's good. A little bit of white blue on what I just not in that on that chin line, but since I fixed a little bit of that face mask, I want to brighten it up a bit. Yeah, that's better. Much better look. Yeah, it's really still this. Oh, I hate cameras. Ah, because we're not really zooming well. It's the miniature looks fuzzy, and he's not. He's very sharp. Okay. So let's see. What did I mess up? Whoa. Oops. Ah. Da, da, da. What is gamma? Oh. Okay, we don't want to mess with the gamma. We don't like that. I don't need to make it darker. Oh. That didn't really help, but it did saturation. Yeah, that's... And the goal is so that you can see how I'm seeing it. That's probably pretty close. I don't think the hue matters. See, that does better. Uh, I should not have to be messing with this, honestly. This is what I hate about a lot of this stuff. Oh, I hate this. So, I'm still not okay with this, but um, you can sort of make out the details. This is not how it's supposed to be. Yeah, the sharpness on this is not there. Uh, and I don't know what I messed up. It's probably something in Razer Synapse. Oh, and that was not supposed to happen. Oh, so I just need to hold it up more. Oops. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Okay. Well, I guess when I bring it up, it's actually showing it properly-ish. Yeah, I've got another $200 camera in my cart that's supposed to be really good for miniatures, and that may end up being what I do. Because, like I said, I should not have to mess with all these settings. Hey, Gianna. Pedros X. Oh, no worry, Gianna. I always answer for you. Um, this is actually Echo. Um, the ARC, I do have a bunch of ARC troopers, but I'll be using a lazy way to paint them. Still looks good, but like you look at that guy. I've got a couple of these that came with that clone commander Cody. No, I'll add those on. Um, he came with that Heroes of the Clone Wars, I think, set. Um, but I'm painting him traditional style. With those other ones I just pulled out, they were I used the one-step special sauce with blue-white mixed um, over a black primer with white zenithal dry brush, essentially Slapshot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, so I started the armor um, Wednesday night, um, and then I wanted to try to finish it today. I saw a few things that were not that I didn't do right on the armor, and then of course I noticed that my camera wasn't really showing good detail. So you caught me when I was playing with the camera. It is Monument Hobbies Pro Acryl special sauce for the one step. Um, if you've ever heard of Slap Chop, this is very similar. Um, Monument Hobbies will tell you this is not pure contrast paint, but they came out with this one-step paint. And so, like, for example, this guy's not done. That bazooka is, again, it's black primer, white zenithal dry brush, and then the graphite gray over it. Then the armor itself is the special sauce medium mixed with the Pro Acryl khaki. And again, a black zenithal or black primer with a zenithal white dry brush. And it's it does enough of the contrast. You know, I just slapped this on. You can see it's all over on the base. So still some areas I probably need to touch up, but I might not. It's you know, these are yeah. Yep. So that's how, let me pull these guys back over. That's how these were made. Just white blue. That way it keeps that cool color. Instead of just like a pure white. This is what they told me. A pure white won't give you some of the shadow because it's just it lacks any color or has all the color, whatever. But yeah, so you can kind of see, if the camera permits, you know, how it still gives a little bit of that contrast look. And this is, it took longer to paint the orange than the rest of this. So yeah, that recipe works very well. I've done it on those three. I did it on the Clone Commandos. It's about 3 of the special sauce to 1 of the paint. The challenge is this is a little more runny, whereas their paint, even though it's very liquidy, it's not as runny as the medium. So trying to measure that out, I'm always going to err on the side of caution, and I'm okay with having too much medium because you can just apply a second coat on, and that's what I had to do with most of the clones. And even the battle droids, you know, I put my first coat on and I had to put more on. So, but then if you're wanting to, you know, take the time, I did 5s, some prime white, and then hit it with the white blue. You can. I primed mine black, and I just dry brushed white, you know, zenithal, so from the top down. But it was recommended when I asked in the Monument Hobby stream, they recommended that I prime it black. That way all this, the black glove, like leather body armor glove that they wear, it's already black. It's very difficult to hit those areas without hitting the armor plates around it. So priming it black, and then doing the zenithal dry brush, then going in, touching up your black a bit, and then applying the one step. Because that was my original plan. Is I was actually just gonna prime them all white and highlight with white blue, but yeah, and I do not have. There's a reason I struggle with non-metallic metal, because I don't have enough brush control. Even placement of highlights and all that, I struggle. So, yeah, even this guy I primed black, but then I came in, you know, again, I'm taking a little more time with these guys, just because they're near and dear to my heart. But this was just slate gray, followed by cool gray, followed by bright neutral gray, followed by white blue. Yes. I don't actually play, but I get most of my stuff on My Mini Factory, and Trench Crusade has been blowing up on there for a while now, since last year I think. I almost exclusively paint World of Warcraft miniatures, so I get all my sculpts off of My Mini Factory and print them, paint them. I think I got some. This is kind of a little older, but he still looks decent. This one I kind of did a kit bash of sorts. It was just an orc rogue. I took Kargath Bladefist's blade from another miniature and popped him on there. But yeah, that's mostly, as you can see by my theme, I'm kind of a Warcraft obsessionist. Although now I paint more Warcraft than I play. I jumped into the Midnight expansion, and then once I completed everything, got a couple people to max level. I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm good. Yeah, I don't know what paint you use. Nope, I just missed that. I just ordered in some Prussian Stoßtruppen. Okay, I've heard of the Prussian faction in Trench Crusade. Not sure which unit those are. You know, how do I? Warlords of Draenor was my favorite and my least favorite expansion. It was my favorite in the sense that I started playing when Warcraft 2 came out back in, what was that, 96? So Warlords of Draenor had all of that nostalgia. You know, Grom Hellscream was back, Kargath Bladefist, Ner'zhul, Gul'dan, you know, all the nostalgia. And it started out good. Like, okay, this Iron Horde, this is really cool, but it's essentially Blizzard gave up before they even launched it. And so a bunch of the plans they had, they scrapped them, and so disappointing. It could have been amazing. Even though I'm not a big fan of the whole time travel crap. But yeah, that was, like I said, it was my favorite and least favorite expansion. But now it's just I'm getting old. Video games, I can never find my mouse, and I'm not quick enough to hit on the keys, so Warcraft still appeals because it's so easy. As long as you know, don't do the mythic and all that crap. But I'd rather paint Warcraft. So sorry, that was a tangent. You'll see me do that a lot. I started painting the Star Wars for May the 4th. Yeah, it's well, every sci-fi TV show has dealt with alternate realities, alternate universes. It is literally in every, you know, that's one of the tropes in every show. And even games, like, where do you go? Oh, well, let's go back in time. And obviously with the Bronze Dragon flight existing since Classic, you know, it makes total sense. It just, you know, where they took the Iron Horde, great idea. I love the armor. I love all the different skin tones that they got. Bringing back all the clans, but it just, they just, like I said, from what I heard, they they realized it was going to bomb before they launched it, and so they just said, well, let's just get it out of the way. And that's why you don't have a lot of updates with it. They just wanted to move on from it, which is too bad. Yeah, it seems like a cool. I haven't read too much of the story, but just listening to others talk about it, it seems um like a really cool mix of historical grimdark fantasy and yeah, the religious aspects. Like everyone for a while there on streams were painting the artillery witch, which was really cool. I don't really like the model, but the concept of it, that you've got a witch that's directing bombs with magic, that's like they really did it. Yeah. Season of the Witch. Everyone was doing either the model or the bust. Um, it was like, hey, that's power to you. Um, yeah, so I'm working my way through both the Separatist. Um, I did these a while ago, well, few weeks ago. B1 battle droids. Um, so this is just the graphite gray one step, and then let's see if I can get this right. Just bold pyrrole red for the eyes and that little dot, and then I did just a tiny tip of red orange so that it added a little vibrancy. Oh wait, let me go back to that view real quick. Yeah, the khaki ones are the B ones. This is the super battle droid, so you can see it acts very similar to a contrast paint in that you can kind of see the highlights, the shadows, and that's all this was. It was prime black, zenithal white dry brush, and then that graphite gray. It feels like cheating. Kind of is. I like doing that, but I also like to paint like this so that I continue to grow my skills. And then here you got your droidicas. Same thing on his eyes. And then the rest of the body was graphite gray. And then these plates, I used mahogany mixed with the one-step special sauce. Okay. Yeah, I only well, I cut my teeth on Army Painter, actually Army Painter speed paints, and I then got into the War Paints Fanatics, and now I'm almost exclusively Balthazar Gold. Is that more of like a darker? The only Monument Hobbies paints I have, or sorry, Games Workshop, Citadel, they gave him a new name, like Warhammer paints. I've got it's mostly their technical line. I can see them. The Mordant Earth, which I've used quite a few times. The Sterling Mud. I can't see this one. Martian Mooncrust or something. The Valhallan Blizzard. The Contrast Medium. And Contrast Space Wolves Gray. I know I have one more. I don't know where I did with it. It was a real dark gray. I don't know where I put it. That worked really good as well as a dark gray. It's a deeper brown. Okay. Yeah, because it's almost like a brass color that you need. So like a darker gold, like brownish gold would be very good. But that mahogany worked out. It's got a little bit of a reddish hue, but worked out pretty well. Yeah, I've used that Morden Earth quite a few times. When I did Gul'dan and a few of the Warlocks, I painted the base like various greenish yellow colors, and then I put that Morden Earth over it so that it cracks and looks like Fel. It's I love that because I had tried other like the cracking basing, and that's the only one that's done what it's supposed to for me. But otherwise, I just never never got into Games Workshop paints. Um, yeah, so um, I kind of made the call to just paint Star Wars Legion the whole summer. I had probably about 150 to 200 um, between the Republic and the droid armies, the Separatists. I probably had almost 200 miniatures. There's still some in the box. Um, and then I've got the Rebel Alliance, the Empire, the Shadow Collective, and now I've got all these Mandalorians that I pre-ordered that should ship in like a week. Um, so I decided to pause. I'm trying to remember what I did with this guy. I think I did just use these two colors. Yeah, just using the black primer, replacing most of it with the dark neutral gray, and then just edge highlighting with slate gray. So I think we will stick with that. Um, yeah, so I kind of between May the 4th, International Star Wars Day, and um, May 25th, which is the anniversary of Star Wars A New Hope. I just, both in my miniature painting and in my house decorations, it is Star Wars. I think that should still be blue. So I was doing the Legion. This is the last year I had some Shatterpoint miniatures that I got specifically for May the 4th, and I just painted one or two of them, I think. Um, but yeah, this year I had all these Legion. I went on kind of a little bit of a buying spree last year, end of last year into this year. Just started collecting all these Legion minis. And so I don't remember which one I painted for May the 4th. It might have been Count Dooku. I think that might be which one it was. He did turn out pretty doggone good. But yeah, with all these that I still have, I figured, we're on a roll. Let's just keep going. I still have probably about 100 Warcraft miniatures for a Horde army that I'm making. Again, not really meant to be any type of tabletop compatible. It was just something I randomly decided to do. Put these guys on square bases and ran with it. It's about 200 miniatures all in all, just using various sculpts from a couple of the guys on My Mini Factory. It's essentially a Warcraft 1/2 themed army. So I've got like a bunch of forest trolls, 30 of them I think, led by Zul'jin himself. Yeah, it's a fun little project. Again, just for me. You know, he is always going to be one of my favorites. It harkens back to that Warcraft 2 back a long time ago. I will say this recent WoW expansion, they really did the Amani pretty good. Battle. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, Phaedros. Yeah, I should probably mention I stream all Pacific Standard Time. Wednesdays approximately 3 p.m. Fridays between 1 and 2 p.m. and Saturdays 9 a.m. All Pacific Standard Time. That's the schedule that I started, well, last week. Saturdays were always my stream time, but I had to figure out something different with the rest of the week. Although I will say that in World of Warcraft, Zul'jin gets a bad rap. He was just trying to save his people. They made him do some... Basically, make Warcraft... Yeah. Either that or make World of Warcraft 2 and restart it. I'd even be okay if they upgraded the graphics. It wouldn't hurt my feelings. Just as long as this time around... so if you kind of stopped in Warlords of Draenor, well, you got to see Garrosh go down his little dark path, and yeah, I love the MMOs, but I don't know, I hate to say what everyone else always says, it just feels like lately the communities are just so toxic. Like, I love playing World of Warcraft all by myself. Even to the point that when I have to run dungeons, I do what they call follower dungeons, where it's 4 NPCs running it with you. It's just too bad. But, and I'll try not to go on a rant. Yeah, they do. And it's actually, a pretty good alternative to running with people. Um, and I can be one of those players and pull a bunch of mobs and then go and refill my whiskey while the NPCs fight. Can't do it in a boss fight, but no, for me, I play for the storyline. Um, yeah, and even with the the looking for group makes it pretty easy now, but it's just some groups are great, some just have those people. You know what I'm talking about? People that are just mad at everything. So I did make one mistake on this guy, and I'm going to leave it. The backpack should be black, but I'm keeping it white. See, I never wanted to do tanking or healing because if you get into the wrong group, you make one mistake and they'll make it miserable for you. Or boot you or whatever. And a lot of times I do play, I want to know the story. Like the first run through of a dungeon, I want to see the cutscenes, and a lot of groups have no patience for that. It's like, that's fine. Um, to each their own. Um, but yeah, even the story kind of, it's more than enough. Um, where the story's gone kind of frustrates me a little bit. You'd think that, and I guess if you just ignore chat, um, but you get, because I've been in groups where you see it, you got these horrible DPS, and suddenly they just start going off on the healer, and depending on the group, suddenly they kick the healer, and then we're waiting. Because, like you said, the healer is more valuable, it's harder to find. But some people make it very hard to play the game with people. And that's probably a lot of it. Even, this whole, not that I want to jump down this rabbit hole, but, a lot of your online social media, there's so much anger everywhere. Everyone's got to have a cause to fight for. Everyone's got to be mad. We're not happy unless we're angry. And here my name says I'm angry, and I only get angry at work, usually, or when I'm driving. That is the safe place. Although half the time I'm like, I'm just gonna stay completely away, not even eat the popcorn. Just gonna keep my happy arse at home. I'll stream. I will say the miniature painting community on Twitch seems to be a pretty good community in that sense. You get, differing opinions. Um, but for the most part, there's not a lot of division. Well, everybody likes watching train wrecks. On social media, you can watch it and be fine, and because no one knows you're there. You're just watching the fireworks unfold. But yeah, I get my Warcraft fix when I paint Warcraft minis. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you popping in, Phaedros, and thanks for the follow. Hopefully, I will see you again. You have a wonderful Friday. Absolutely. Oh, we got an ad break coming in. Like I always say, it's a short one. Um, I personally hate ads, and I'm not here to make anybody rich. I just want to paint, show you guys. So it'll be a short one. As short as Twitch allows me. And I usually do go quiet when the ads hit, so. And I stop painting. I'll come up with a spiel one day. Yeah. And ads are already over. See? Told you it was short. Hold on. Work stuff. Um, sorry, it's 2:48 Pacific Standard Time here. Um, and I'm in a new role at work, so um, I can't just ignore. I can no longer ignore the messages. Um, yeah, anyone that wasn't here Wednesday, um, my my boss at work, I guess he handed his resignation in a couple weeks prior, and they decided um, to accept it early on Monday. And that left me to be the new interim general manager. Which, on one hand, is nice, on the other hand, it really is not. Like I said, I lose the ability, You know, a lot of people think the higher you go up, the more freedoms you have, and that's not always the truth. A lot of times, as you scale that ladder, more is expected out of you, and you become responsible and accountable for more things. And that's where I am right now. Um, so I will need to use. Actually, I want to touch up one little spot before I jump to the blue. Okay, just one little spot that was bugging me, that I got into that black. It's that weird leather body glove, and I got a little one step in there. Yeah, there's a couple areas on here that should have been that black color. Um, this backpack, of course, this little whatever this is, and this little whatever that is. I think I made it white because I saw these two and these, but that should have been the same color as the, all that stuff. And the backpack. But once I did it, I was like, it looks so good, I don't want to mess with it. Like, I did good. And that doesn't happen a lot. So I don't want to not do good. You know. Okay, so essentially all we got left on this guy is the blue um tunic. Although his might be a little different, but it is blue, and then just the blue on his helmet. Depending on what you look at, the outside border of that little blue tunic, and even his boots, should be gray. But different pictures show different things, so I don't know. How much do I want to change on this guy? And one of those shoulder plates should be blue, I think. Maybe part of it should be. Let's pull that image over here. So that way I can keep my, I've got visuals on my stream everywhere. Oh, I got 90 followers. Not bad. I didn't even realize I hit that goal with Phaedros. Nice. Okay. Sorry. Don't get distracted, guys. Alright, let's put the slate gray back. Let's put the dark neutral gray back. I got khaki sitting out here. I can put that back. So it's going to be dark blue. And then blue. I didn't really do much else on 5's cloak. So I'll probably do the same for this one. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Sometimes I forget about that crust that grows on there, that removing that before I open the bottle. Because sometimes the pressure buildup after you shake it will start to force the paint out, and then it kind of comes out of the sides. Especially when you have that crust. Yeah, this the dark blue as the base is better. I was going with blue, but then it's just too bright. Now this, I'm painting in there. I can't even see what I'm painting. No one else is gonna see it, but if someone shines a light up there. You never know. And then I'm gonna be publicly shamed. Alright. Good enough. Hey, BG! Hey! Where was your stream today? As far as I can tell, I don't know. Oh, you don't have to apologize to me. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, you told me that. Yep. Nope. You know how I feel. Family always comes first. And I did forget. Ah, okay. All good. That's why when Asiana called me, I paused and answered the phone. Then she's like, sorry. I'm like, no. Family first. So is that why, and I didn't want to bug you in Ed's stream, but, I didn't know if your message response was everything's okay, was like a negative or a positive. Is everything else going all right? Or just the kid sick? Okay, I think that's... Okay. As long as all is well, other than the normal sickness and day-to-day BS. Yeah, I didn't know how to read that last night. And I was, oh my goodness, I was so tired. Before that, I was sitting in the Monument Hobbies stream, and they were doing their giveaway at the very end of their stream, and it was, you have to be there to win, so they'll call a name. If they don't get it, then they'll go to the next name, and then the next. So they were like, okay, the first name, no one's there. Second name, third name, fourth name, 11th name, and I'm like, wait, what? So I know I passed out for a little bit in my chair, just right here, sitting, just. So after that, in Ed's stream, after the first round of marbles, I was like, yeah, that's it, let's go, and we we went to bed. I think it was like 6 something our time. Maybe it was like 7. I didn't have to get up till 4, so yeah, I don't know. Oh shoot. I just said I needed to watch this and I didn't. I don't know what it was. Like I went to bed with enough time the night before, but oh, I was so tired. It happens, and I didn't I knew today I had that meeting with my new boss, so I wasn't going to be leaving work too early. Dude, I don't even know why I opened this because I still need to use the dark blue on a bunch of this, on all of his stripes. But all's well. I got enough sleep last night, so I didn't need to take my usual old man nap today. Okay, I still need a little more. So I've got a new headset coming, and this one's getting returned. It works, but yeah, that Black Shark headset worked very well, but it's now the second piece of Razer gear that I've got that has died within a year, or has just started having problems not working. I mean, even all the grievances I have with this damn camera, um, it is overpriced. You know, I think they sell because of their name, um, but it's just, yeah, it's really not. It's just kind of garbage. I've bought 3 Razer items since last April, and the first camera I had was a Razer Kiyo, and that was, I say, that wet the bed. I think it was end of last year. It just completely stopped working. Although then I replaced it with the Razer Kiyo V2, because I thought all those features that it came with were going to be awesome, like the AI features that it came with, and the AI helps with the face for facial recognition, but not miniatures. And I've had to mess with settings on it so much. I've got another camera on my cart on Amazon that I'm tempted to pull the trigger on. Um, but yeah, then the headset the microphone just stopped working. And I know it's the microphone. I mean, I've got a bunch of weird audio setup here, or a weird audio setup. But yeah, just dang, I wasted a lot of time painting armor that I'm gonna repaint over blue. Um, so yeah, I got this Republic of Gamers headset, but um, you know, the one thing that the Razer had was a better in tandem with the NVIDIA broadcast, it had very good noise canceling functionality. So I've got another one coming with, well, we'll see. It's got AI. Yeah, you just use a mic and speakers, or mic and speakers. See, for me I mean, it could work, but like right now I've got um you guys are listening to the StarCraft um album. I'm listening to Disturbed. I also have Monument Hobbies stream on, and I can hear what well, it's Jason and his wife Jen right now, and I can hear everything they're saying. Not that it would be a bad thing for you guys to hear that, but stuff like Disturbed would get me shut down on YouTube. Yeah, so that's the only reason. Like I've looked at, even to the point of just having a microphone, and then just a headset with no mic. But the other challenge is, like the Black Shark. My girlfriend could be sitting behind me talking, and you wouldn't hear her. I could have the TV playing, you wouldn't hear it. So the cancellation between the mic and the NVIDIA broadcast was amazing. Now, this one doesn't really have that much noise canceling. The NVIDIA broadcast still does what it's supposed to. Um, but like when my girlfriend Wednesday night, you could hear her laughing, and not that that's a real big deal, but they're having a conversation. You know, I kind of want to keep that semi-private. Yeah, so just little things like that. Um, I got very used to all of that noise canceling because in the beginning, um, you could hear doors slamming downstairs, the dog barking, all that stuff. The cat came over here and meowed at me, you'd hear all that. Yeah, I don't think I want to make his boots gray. Yeah, so it's another Asus Republic of Gamers headset coming. I get this off Amazon, so um, makes returns a little easier. Yeah, I'm having to do some freehanding. Which I'm not good at. Speaking of, there she is. Is that all the blue? All the blue that you can see. He's got some more on his stomach. On that upper stomach plate. You're barely going to be able to see it, but we'll do it. Actually, it looks like this little spot is also supposed to be blue. Oh, try to get that deep blue, dark blue in the shadows, and then great. Trying to only get a little bit out like that. Not even sure if you guys could see what I was doing, but let's finish highlighting that. Now I'm just using the blue and applying some edge highlights. Yep, that's Asiana in the background. And then also it'll before it cuts off, just random noises that it's picking up on. Because I can hear like some, almost like a static crackling. And I've got the mic away from me, but it's still... Yeah, well, I can hear it, so that's bad. If all else fails, you know, I just order another Razor Black Shark. Oh. But we'll see. We'll see how this next mic works. Oh, there's a cat. Okay, so I think I did dark gray, or coarse gray. Probably coarse and fine. And then at that point, oh, that's right, this is the one I got jammed. And I still haven't unjammed it. One day. Well, it looks like I have rubbed off some of the primer off this base without even noticing. Should probably do the smart thing. Okay. Give that a second to do something. I still want to put just a little bit of the gray earth fine basing texture. And I'll probably use the brush on primer on the edge to fix the where I rubbed off paint, apparently. But otherwise, I would say he's about done. I said I'm going to leave the backpack and that thing white, even though they're supposed to be black. Yeah, I think he looks good. The backpack should have been black, but I like how it looks and I don't want to mess it up now. So, it's now a white backpack. Yeah, I'm happy with them. Yeah. Although, oof, a little bit on that front, some of that around those little black holes should be white. Do I want to... What do I want to do? Let's risk it. There we go. Only got a little basing texture on my finger. Yeah, it's better. Okay. I want to let that basing texture dry just a tad bit before I throw on the fine basing texture. So let's go ahead and take a quick break. I also need to refresh my drink. So let's get up, stretch, do all the things, hang out. I will be right back. Okay. I don't know why I need to check to make sure the music's playing. Yep. Because. Alright. I know the basing texture takes a little while to dry, but we can start applying the fine. I gotta go back and watch some of the Monument Hobbies VODs to see how he did some of this with the basing texture. Okay. Well, don't mind me. Okay. Need to leave that one out so I can wash it today. Let's grab our brush on black primer. Yeah, I rubbed a lot of this off just by holding it. Good reminder for me to paint that matte varnish or whatever it's called on top of these. 'Cause it's so easy to rub the paint off with your hands, the finger oils and all that. So of course that's got to dry, so this is going to look a little weird. The base will look a little brighter gray. It'll dry darker. But otherwise, should have gotten a little bit more in there near his cheekbone or whatever. It's a little dark. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it. He is done. Echo. What's next? I don't know if I want to start. I've got Rex still. I don't know if I want to start him yet. I might save him. Last Saturday I started on Darth Maul. Messed them up when I put the transparent black over the cloth. It made it glossy and I couldn't fix it. And then as I was trying to put the highlights for the black leather, a lot of it just wasn't, I wasn't doing it right. I was having a hard time wrapping my mind around it. I don't know if I want to mess with him, because part of me wants to just throw him in the airbrush booth and reprime the whole thing. So I think I'm going to keep him set aside. I might try to knock out these B1 battle droids. I know it's going to be a little boring, but they got to be done. And I've got 30 of them waiting for paint. I mean, they're almost all done. It's just that graphite gray on their rifles. I kind of want to just finish them. Yeah, I've got 30 of them here. I got one of them, the bazooka with the graphite gray. So just his base needs to be done. So maybe it's a good time to nail that out.
Follow me into battle.
Wow, you are just following? How have you not followed before? That is just so sad. You know what I'm gonna say. It's because you're always in here on ink. That's alright. You're following now, so. I don't know how much of this I need. So, I was actually gonna start talking about this anyways, but this does sort of pertain to you as well. Was talking Wednesday about how I have, well, my boss resigned on Monday. I got a temporary promotion. And so today I had my new boss, who's the president of the company, has weekly meetings that I've never had to sit in. I'm not the boss. There is a boss above me. There is definitely a boss above me, and he makes the decisions, and I'm okay with that. So, if anyone wondered, that's how Brain/Ink One talks. So I've heard all these horror stories about these weekly meetings and how rude this guy is and how mean he is and wah. I was in that meeting today. It wasn't bad at all. That is not at all how he acted. So and granted, he may have been a little bit harsher, because I think he just didn't like my old boss. But it was completely different than anything they had said before. Like, I brought up some of the newer products that yes, we got a lot of Roger now. I know this is boring. I'm just putting paint on rifles, but I want to get these out of the way before I Because I also have a Boba Fett over here, but I need to move these somewhere. So they're getting done. Ah, shit. Just noticed I got graphite gray on his belly. That's why I had that khaki out. Yeah, so just he's not as bad as he was made out to be. I'll put it that way. All of the complaining about him, and like I said again, I don't think he liked my boss, former boss. So that kind of affects it a little bit, but um, the results or the reports of his cruelty were very untrue so far. Um, so yeah, these battle droids I did. I know I'm jumping topics fast. I already changed topics in my head. I'm just catching you guys up to speed. Oh, an ad break, really? I hit these guys with I mixed that khaki pro acryl with the Monument Hobbies one-step special sauce, the medium. And so when I'm doing the touch-ups, I'm just using just khaki. That works. That works. Yeah, all I need to do on these guys is their rifles, and then just add the basing texture. Add. Add. There we go. Quick and easy. It's probably a stupid ad, too. Telling you guys to go on a vacation none of us can afford. What did you named him IQ? Ah, that's not bad. That's good. That works with oh yeah, as you can tell my stuff does not. The stuff that I program does not work. We got to do it manually. Probably tonight / tomorrow night. I'll work on all that bot stuff to get the commands in and get the auto commands, all that stuff. Yeah, my goal, as I told Brain, I want to be able to, a streamer comes in my channel and it automatically shouts them out. The raid one works. So when someone raids me, it automatically shouts them out. But I'd like it where, again, if someone's a streamer, tell the world, come on. But I did not set up my... I didn't set up my... whatever that streamer bot or whatever. I didn't set it up right. I'll have to work on that tonight. Tonight/tomorrow night. Because I will be back on tomorrow. Approximately 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If I wake up earlier, it might be earlier. Let's see. We shall see. Oh, I was about to say, wait, what? But I know exactly what you mean. That was last night when I got home. I had to sit here in front of my fan. Oh, that was miserable. Yeah, this Vegas heat. It's here. And it's angry. Angrier than me, by far. Random question, Brain, that no one else will understand but you and I. Did you and Green Eyes have to close, or was someone still there to close the building? You are lucky. You're pretty far northern California, or California, wow, Canada. So it's probably a little cooler. Oh, you didn't have to? Okay, good. Just making sure. You know how these kids be. Just doing whatever they want. Coming and going as they please. You know, I love Vegas when back home in Wisconsin is getting hammered with blizzards and all that, and I'm wearing just a hoodie. But here we are. We're over 100 degrees Fahrenheit now, and it's gonna be like that every day until close to the end of September. That's when Vegas sucks. Although thankfully, knock on wood, the AC in my house does work pretty damn good. Yeah, I can't remember the conversion to Celsius, but um it's just hot. It's like when you open up your oven and it's just hot air pours out at you. That's the Vegas summer.
We're being attacked!
NPC Wargaming, welcome on in. How are you doing on this wonderful Friday? Thank you for the raid. I am painting I'm painting some battle droids. Most of them are about done. What did I do with them? Oh, I just finished this guy, Echo. And so before I jumped into something, oh, brain went hiding. I've got all these battle droids in various, well, almost completed. So I'm using just the one-step graphite gray. Now the question is, yes, it did. I love it when it works. Shouted you out. Good. Um, we're gonna go ahead real quick and follow. Yeah, so I wanted to knock out at least the rifles on these guys. I probably won't do the basing today, but just try to make some headway. That one was very easy to set up, but that's not um plan for world domination. I mean, I don't think I would mess with ABG, but hopefully if you invade, he'd be on your side. Chalupa, is that Chalupa Batman? That is an awesome name. Um, so well, right now the basing is not based. Just that's great. I love that name.
Who will follow me into battle?
Thank you, NPC Wargaming. Appreciate that follow. So it's just primed black. I got real sloppy with the droids were done with the Monument Hobbies one-step special sauce mixed with khaki, and I got real sloppy with it, so that's what's on the bases. But I'll come back with the golden fine earth basing texture, and I'll just do that. It's smart. And that's how I do most of my, like, these Legion miniatures. I don't play. These are just gonna go on a shelf for me to stare at every day. I got a lot of touch up on there on the actual droid though. So I'll do similar to like this guy, just golden fine earth. And that'll be the base. I may throw like a rock or a boulder on there too on the various bases, but that's pretty much what I've been doing with them. Thank you. It's very basic. It's the Monument Hobbies basing texture that you just brush on. So, yeah, welcome in, Raiders. I am Grizzly. I'm doing some okayish work, but thank you. I appreciate it. I stream Wednesday nights. Everything's in Pacific Standard Time, as we were talking about. I'm in the hellish desert of Las Vegas. So about 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesdays, between 1 and 2 p.m. on Fridays, and then 9 a.m. on Saturdays is my current stream schedule. I almost exclusively paint Warcraft themed miniatures, but I started on these Legion guys for May the 4th. Vegas, yes, and it is over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's hot. Oh, so you get the heat and the humidity. Canes. Yeah, I could get down on some canes right now. I think. Oh, and Texas gets humidity too. My girlfriend who's lurking in here somewhere, um, she lived in Texas for quite a long time. So they get the heat with some of the humidity. At least Vegas, You know, I mean, it's still like opening up an oven door, but it's just, it's a dry heat. Yeah, 113, that's ridiculous. We'll max out. I think we hit like 117 last summer, but that was in July or August. Yeah, that's excessive. Wait, what did I miss? Yeah, I did. Don't mind me, I get very easily distracted. Mm. 16 Celsius. I don't know the conversion to Fahrenheit. Um, let's see. Oh, that's not fair, ABG. That's what did that say? 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, oh, you just put it on there. Sorry, I loaded out of my chat and pulled it up. Yeah, that's not fair. Although you probably get pretty bad winters, though, don't you? So I will take solace in knowing that. Hi, kitty. Yes, he's already eaten. Got a cat at my feet. I gotta remember that. That's a perfect day. If I could live somewhere that was that all year long, oh, that'd be a dream. Oh, minus 40 Celsius. So what? 0 Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's gotta be no, thank you. Like I said, in the winter, it's perfect here. It's just the summers we gotta deal with. Oh, are they? Okay. Yeah, that's cold. No, thank you. Well, negative 50 is where the water freezes before it hits the ground. So no, I'm good. I'll deal with the 100+ summers and not freeze to death. But yeah, I mean anything negative, no thank you. Okay. I'm from Wisconsin, and I think for the most part the coldest we would get would be negative wind chills. Um, when they had that, what was that? A couple winters ago, they had that polar vortex crap. It got really cold there. But otherwise, all the years I was there, it just, you'd get maybe a couple degrees negative, but it was mostly the wind chill that got you. And I don't miss all the snow removal. I don't miss the ice. No. I mean, right now, negative sounds better than 100, but I do have memories. Yeah, we'll keep our furnace temperatures. No, that's what Brain was saying just a bit ago. He said he's not going to stream until he cools down. That's how it was yesterday, where I got home, I showered, did whatever, and I'm still sweating and hot and just sitting in front of a fan trying to cool down. You know, we work in a factory, and it's so miserable in there. And then you go out to a super hot car. Uh, as long as your AC, as long as your AC can keep up, which my house is keeping up. It has for a while, so the last house that we were renting, um, in the height of the summer, it would always be a couple degrees warmer than what the thermostat was set at because it just couldn't keep up. But this house, knock on wood so far, can keep up. ABG, when do you think you're gonna? Oh, yeah, a lot of like watching the streamers in like England, a lot of them just because of the climate, they don't have like central AC. I don't know why that just feels so weird to me, but I guess it makes sense if it never gets hot enough where you need it. You just turn a fan on and you're good. Um, when do you plan on streaming today? Are you gonna go later tonight or? Ah, so very late. I'll probably still be awake. I don't have work tomorrow. All I'm doing is the stream, so tonight I don't need to rush off to bed like most nights. As long as they go to sleep when they're told to. Oh, where are you going, cat? He's leaving me. He doesn't usually sleep. I've got a pillow set up by my feet. As long as the grot's plural. I'd love to be like all the other streamers and put up a cat cam for him, but he he doesn't. He sleeps where he wants. He's like, oh, you put this up for me to sleep in? Nah, I'm good. I'll go sleep elsewhere. Uh, this one I got really sloppy on. It's gonna make that gun look a little funny. Yeah, all the children here are teenagers or adults. So, one second. I gotta turn another stream down. I can leave him open, but he's got some weird music. He's got some strange music going on in the background. Yeah, I'll probably, like I said before, I don't think I'm going to do the basing texture right now on these. Oldest, oh yeah, they're all little. They're all little ones. Well, yeah, my oldest is 22. The next one down is, well, the only other one for me. All right, Brain Rot. We'll see if you end up streaming tonight. Appreciate the follow, finally. For anyone that's been in here, Brain Rot is Ink One. And that is a stream you do need to check out. Sorry, he's not. Whatever. Nerd. Still go check out the stream. Wow, I missed this guy's whole hand here. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to touch up some of the armor, or the droid.
Is it?
Ah, I got sloppy with these one step. And now that I'm doing these guns and looking up close, I'm seeing it all. Damn. It's alright. Good news is it can be fixed. And fix it we shall. Yeah, so maybe we'll do Boba Fett next. If I can figure out the color scheme. That would be a fun one. Some OG Boba Fett.
Who will follow me into battle?
Ammon Sapkowski. Monsakowski. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Amon. All right. Welcome in, Amon. Thank you for the follow. It's fine enough. Well, you can call me Grizzly. I know my name's long too. What you up to today? You hobbying or just hanging out? Dungeons and Dragons. Playing? You need a roll of perception to scout a steal. Alright, well, we'll all blow on the dice for luck. Are you playing in person or are you playing over online? And if you're scouting a steal, does that mean you are a rogue of some form? I've actually never played Dungeons and Dragons. Not that I wouldn't, just never have. Just knock the table over. Just evil in general. Just a bad mamma jamma. Well, I appreciate you joining me while you do wicked stuff in Dungeons and Dragons. I am just trying to get these guys out of the way. We finished Echo, one of the clone troopers. And I want to get these guys out of the way before I decide to move on to something else. Chaotic, not horrible, but she can't stay on the good side of the law if she tried. Alright. So more chaotic neutral. I think that's what it's called. Just always getting in trouble. Yeah, that really sloppy. When I was slapping this one step on, I was just going to town. Well, that's it for that. Sometimes it's not easy to just stop. Sometimes when you're bad, you're bad. Pull this up here. I don't want to make a lot of this, just a little bit. Let's see. Can and I don't want to use this brush to mix, so yeah, I'd get a little mad if all my rolls were against me. I usually only rage out at work and in traffic. Despite what Asiana may say, I don't get angry at home. Actually, that's a lie. I just got angry this week Not at her. When I could not get my audio to work on Wednesday, I got really mad. Yeah, I did. Oops. That's when, as I say, that's when Grizzly came out. He doesn't show up often, but I definitely wanted to throw a headset. Yeah. Just gonna touch these guys up, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. Figure out what I'm doing with my life. What? Yeah, I know I missed a lot of spots on here. I will say using the one-step special sauce medium, like it works very well, but I tend to be a little heavier on the special sauce, um, which is fine, but it means a lot of times I need to use more than one coat. And then, of course, these I was just basically wildly slapping paint on them. So these have a lot of areas that need to be fixed. At least a lot of areas that I need to add another, like, wow. That's a large area right there. Just where I need to add a little more. I don't mind if it's if it has that see-through quality. That just battle hardens it a bit, but I don't want it to be gray. Like that. This one actually is dying. Some of these are fine. Others I've missed large gaping spots on them. Or where I covered it, but it didn't cover well enough. Though a lot of these, it wouldn't hurt to put a full second coat on them. Some stuff that I'm letting through probably look better. Yeah, it does sound like my mic's picking up a lot of feedback. At least in my ear it is. Really hoping that this one that shows up... Speaking of... Where is it? It might not be arriving till tonight. Fingers crossed indeed. And I hope it just works. No setup or tinkering like I usually have to do. But I just plug it in and it works. I don't know if I'm just... I don't know what it is. Like, I'm not bad with technology. I do understand a lot of it, but I seem to have all of the problems that you can imagine. And some of it, of course, is, you know, the way I've set up, like, my audio systems. Like I was telling you, ABG, where I've got different channels of audio so that I can listen to one thing without, like, I can listen to copywritten music without it going to my the YouTube channel or muting my VODs on here, which I don't save a lot of the VODs on here anyways. I saved a few of the recent ones, but YouTube, I'm live streaming to YouTube. And if they detect that, they'll, it's a 3 strikes you're out rule. So with Twitch, they'll mute your VOD. So if you don't save any of your videos, you can play whatever music you want. But YouTube, if you're live streaming to YouTube and they detect copywritten music, they'll actually stop your live stream and put a strike against you. Which would suck if they detected something and thought it was copywritten, and it wasn't, or something you had the rights to. You can appeal it, but it killed your live stream. All right. Let's see. Oh, can I pull this off? Where's my hue chart? So it's like a really light green for his clothing. Like a bright pale green. Maybe. But then it gets even... Like, what are the shadows? Hmm. Step up, okay. Enjoy your supper. I will probably see you in your stream tonight. Appreciate you popping in. Bless you. So maybe a bright green for the shadows? And then maybe a bright pale green, followed by a highlight of pale yellow, and then I glaze it back to the bright pale green. The worst that can happen is it doesn't work. Right? Yeah. And that's just his pants and shirt and gloves. Yeah, we got this. Piece of cake. I hope. Alright. Let's get our damp palette. Put some of this away. So I'll probably off stream finish all the B1 battle droids. Like, they're done. Like this staff rider. It's just the base that has to be done. And the same with all the... I got 30 of these guys that I just need to do the base on. And then I'll call them good and throw them on a shelf somewhere. But I figure let's do this smart. So I did this guy earlier. Yeah, that basing texture's dry. Not bad. He looks pretty good. Now it's time for Boba.
Who will follow me into battle?
Douchey75, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. How you doing? Happy Friday too, by the way. I don't think I've ever used this one. Oh, I have. Never mind. I lied. Yeah, thank you for the follow. For everyone that is that's just popped in, or I'm Grizzly. I'm a mini painter, and sometimes a World of Warcraft player. Very, very rare nowadays, though. I do play it on stream every once in a while, but mostly I paint miniatures. I almost exclusively paint World of Warcraft miniatures, but I started painting some Legion miniatures for May the 4th day, Star Wars Day, whatever you want to call it. And I just haven't stopped. And since I'm on a roll, we're just going to keep going. I stream Wednesdays, approximately start around 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I stream Fridays, try to get on by 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then Saturdays by 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. All Pacific Standard Time out here in the Vegas desert. So naturally, I will be back tomorrow. I don't know if this is going to work as a shadow color. This isn't exactly what I was expecting. Oh well. We're committed now. Yeah, I may do a little bit of World of Warcraft streaming when that next content patch drops next Tuesday, I think. Maybe. We'll see. Once I got I leveled a couple characters to max with the new expansion. And now I just want to paint. I just want to paint. And it all comes and goes. Even the I had a hard time finding the motivation to paint earlier this year. That's where I did a lot of the assembly of these guys, because I felt like I needed to do something. And I got into the new World of Warcraft expansion pretty heavy. But like most World of Warcraft expansions, I got everything done that I wanted, and then I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done. But I hadn't really gotten motivated to paint yet, so I built like 150 to 200 miniatures between the Separatist Army and the Republic Army. So when I started blazing through some of the clone troopers and battle droids, I decided we'll just stick with World of Warcraft or Star Wars. So here we are. Oh, of course, an ad break. Cursed ad breaks. Just hang out. It's gonna start in a few. It's a short, 30 seconds only. The minimum that they will allow me to do. I hate ads as much as all of you do, so I try to be mindful of that. I don't have thousands of viewers, so I'm not making any real money off ad revenue, so I don't really care. Just don't care. So we keep it as short as we can. Okay. And there we are. Welcome back. See, I told you it was short. He doesn't have those. Should probably make those like this other, because that looks like a strap. So just so you all know, if you weren't aware, May 25th of next year is 50 years of Star Wars. And I heard rumor that they're going to re-release Star Wars A New Hope into the theaters. That might actually get me out of the comfort of my home into a movie theater. Now, I don't know which version of A New Hope, whether it's the original or the remastered edition that Lucas did after the prequels, or when did he launch those? Was it after the prequels or was it before? It was after he made a bunch of money. He went and you guys know what I'm talking about. He went and remastered them and changed a bunch of stuff and added some scenes back, like the Jabba the Hutt scene in A New Hope. But yeah, I guess one of those versions, I don't know which one, is going back into the theaters next year to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Star Wars. That is why, for me, from May 4th, May the 4th be with you, International Star Wars Day, all the way to May 25th is Star Wars for me. Before I was miniature painting, I've only been doing this for maybe a little over 2 years now. I would still decorate my house for Star Wars because And then last year I picked up a couple Shatterpoint miniatures and painted. I think I just painted one of them on stream because I started streaming earlier last year. Um, and then this year I started on these Legion miniatures, but like I said, I had so many built that when it came time to end my Star Wars thing, I was like, I'm just gonna keep going. Because why not? In a world of Twitch where everyone is painting Warhammer or Gundam, I strive to be different. And I am definitely different. Speaking of different, my Mandalorian Star Wars Legion miniatures that I pre-ordered should be shipping very soon. The real question is, where are my StarCraft miniatures? That pre-order was supposed to ship end of last month. I haven't even seen any emails, updates. They're like, everything's getting ready to ship. And then they didn't ship. That's some bull. Not that I'm ready to paint StarCraft, but I want to paint StarCraft. Yeah, he's got a bunch of stuff on that isn't on in this picture. How am I supposed to imitate this artwork when he's not wearing half this stuff? Oh, maybe he is. Maybe I'm just being dramatic. So in other news, I started finally removing supports and rafts or whatever off of the prints of the LAAT. Is it I or C? I don't remember which one, but it's that gunship. We saw him in episode 2, Attack of the Clones. And all throughout the Clone Wars TV series, they're the gunships that drop off the troops. I got a model off of Gambody. It was this. I printed off because I bought a ATTE model, which is the walker, the six-legged walker from Attack of the Clones. It was the one that showed up in the Battle of Geonosis and took out those spaceships before they got away. That should have been a strap. Oh well. And then I got the gunship that actually carries the tanks. That thing's gonna be huge. So I haven't printed that off yet. But then I got the troop carrier gunship. I'm going to have to reprint, I think, 2 pieces. Because the way it printed, it was so close to the bed, but not. And so the supports are like, they're impossible to get off. So I'm just going to reprint it. And although I got to remember how I scaled those. Because I don't remember what scale they came in. Oh, my headphones are 10 stops away. My new headphones. I don't remember what scale it was, but I had to do I rescaled them in my Bamboo to make them fit the Legion scale. And then I think I printed a couple pieces off and then scaled it larger just to make sure that it could actually fit these clone boys in them. I don't know why I said these. This is Boba Fett. Although he is a clone boy. He just was different. He was never part of the clone troopers. But he is a clone of Jango Fett. The more you know. I did also get, because I bought them all together on Gambody. I don't remember what deal they had going on, but I got a siege tank from StarCraft. And I also got, was it the Goliath or the Titan? So one of them is, I think the Goliath is the one you get with the miniatures game. And then the Titan is another walker or mech that I got from Gambody. I think that's right. Maybe. Yeah. And I've got all these credits with them, and I want to get a AT-AT. But I'm trying to, like, I'm going to get it eventually. But I'm trying to be wise and not print more stuff off when even my like vehicle/terrain backlog is, it's insane. I've got that gunship that's still in pieces. I just finished the ATTE tank. So I only just got that done. It's painted and it's sitting on the floor of my little man cave, my nerd room. I don't even know where I'm going to put it, which is sad. So he just sits there. So I need to get that gunship, finish taking the sports off, assemble it, prime paint it. I have a medieval fantasy barracks that I already printed. I just need to start putting it together and prime paint it. I've got a oriental building to my right that I need to do something with. So yeah, before I start making any more 3D prints on my filament printer, I need to get through some of the stuff I've got. So I want to do the AT-AT, but I need to at least get through all these miniatures that are Republic and Separatist finished. I'm getting there. You know, most of the droid army is done. I still have a couple boxes. I've got another box of the B1 the B2 super battle droids. I finished the ones that came in the starter set. This turned out pretty well. I finished the Droidicas that came in the starter set. I'm really happy with these. I need to still matte varnish these. I've got another box of Super Battle Droids. An expansion set. I've got another expansion box of the Droidicas, the Aqua Droids. I've got a single Spider Droid, and I think 2 Crab Droids. Those are all still in boxes. But otherwise, most of the Separatist army that's assembled is painted and ready to go. I just got Darth Maul, his probes, General Grievous, and the Geonosians. And then the clones, I still have quite a few, and there's some more Jedi to do. Obi-Wan, Anakin. But I want to get all of that stuff completed, because the AT-AT, that starts getting into the whole Empire, Rebellion. I haven't even pulled any of those out of their boxes. And this is the problem I always find myself in, is that I get distracted so easily. This is why I have 200 3D printed Sun Elves as part of a one-page compatibles army, or one-page rule compatible army, that are all printed, put together, assembled like an army, and just sitting on a table in my man cave. And I proceeded to print off about 200, following, not compatible with anything, but following a similar style as the Sun Elves. I've got about 200 Horde miniatures from Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2. So Forest Trolls, Ogres, Goblins, and then Green Orcs. A couple Dragon Riders, Wolf Riders. And I've only finished half of them before I proceeded to assemble about 150 to 200 Star Wars Legion, Separatist, and Republic miniatures. I've got problems. So, trying to finish some stuff before I run off to do other stuff. But, okay, well, we're 3 hours and 20 minutes in. I'm going to take a quick break. Won't be too long. But, hang out, get up, stretch, do all the important stuff like bio breaks and drink refills. I'll be doing the same. So, we will be right back, everybody. All right. Thanks for hanging out. And yes, Adriana got her tequila shot. I don't drink tequila. I do not like tequila. I did get a whiskey shot though. And we are only at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, so it's gonna be a night. Okay, so I don't know if this is gonna work or not. I decided to do the bright green for shadows because he's got a really faded. I don't know if the bright green will work because it's too green. I almost need a darker green. When I'm looking at his shadows, I don't know how to describe them. I mean, I'm going to cover most of it with this bright pale green. So I should just roll. If I open this one? I have not. Where's my tweezers? So my plan is to use this bright pale green and then highlight it with pale yellow and then glaze it back to the bright pale green. And my new headset, actually Asiana is going to grab it right now. I think. She's yelling at something down there. Because this right here, this is the color of his pants. So this is the right color to use. I just don't know if those shadows, I don't know if the shadows were right. I don't know. I just used bright green, but I needed like I don't know what I needed, to be honest. This is where I kind of struggle. You know, I do art by imitation, so I can, like Boba Fett, I'm looking at an image of him from Return of the Jedi, and that's what I'm using. Sorry, whoa. How did this get all crustified? I don't think I use this one that often. That's pretty jammed in there. How did that happen? Thanks, babe. That's really, not right. Oh well. Deal with that another day. So I think that pale yellow will be good for the tips of the highlights. Or maybe I do like an ivory. Either way, I'm gonna glaze it. Yeah, maybe that might be better. If I use like an ivory or a bright ivory and then glaze it. We'll see. We will see. But no, let's do this. let's go ahead and add this one to my thumb palette. Since I was just base coating with this, I didn't, but I want to be able to test before I slap something on there. We're gonna do it the smart way. Yeah, so my new microphone is here. That should make everything wonderful. Everything is wonderful. Yeah, see, this is the right color. I just don't know if that shadow is gonna... That shadow's gonna work. So hopefully tomorrow, all of my audio woes will be gone. I'm not gonna hold my breath, because things just tend to be problematic when it comes to technology and me. But we're hoping. We are hoping. Yeah, so the headset I'm wearing right now will be going back to Amazon. Like, it's a nice headset, but like I keep hearing feedback on it. I'm picking up something and I can hear conversations through the mic. It's just it's not filtering all the noise out. Like, I've got NVIDIA Broadcast, and that does a pretty good job of filtering most of the noise out. But in tandem with the Razer Black Shark headset that I had, it did a really good job of filtering everything out. Sometimes too extreme, where it would almost filter my voice out. You know, I had to really talk loud to to make sure that I was heard, which I'd rather have. What is that? A hair. Tiny little fuzzy hair. But now this headset in tandem with, there's a bunch of weird things I had to do to get it to work, and it just doesn't seem to be filtering out noise as well. I thought the NVIDIA broadcast was doing all the work, but that is not true. Lies. Apparently the Black Shark was working with it. So, ordered another headset, and if that doesn't work, I guess I will need to just order another Black Shark, Razer Black Shark headset, which I really don't want to do. I'm really not happy with Razer. I feel like it's overpriced garbage. Just the fact that I bought that a little over a year ago and the microphone just stopped working. That's very frustrating for what I view as a new piece of equipment. It's not supposed to go out that soon. But as I said earlier, Razer has just really disappointed me. I've bought 3 Razer pieces of technology. My first camera just stopped working end of last year. My second camera, which was also a Razer, it's a Kio version 2, has required so many adjustments. It's honestly ridiculous. Like, it should not require that much adjusting to get it to work. Just so that you guys can see what I'm working on. And I've had so many issues with everything. Just way more than it should be. And I would really like a little bit of plug and play. I'm not a big fan of having to do all this extra work. I've already got a whole bunch of... Wait, is that also part of his shirt? Oh boy. I don't want to have to mess with all these various settings just to get something to look good. I feel like I've spent way too much money on technology that doesn't really want to work out of the box. These cameras where you got to mess with all these, the exposure and the contrast, and it's like, I just want it to work. I look at one of my a regular to this stream and a streamer himself, Adventure Built Gaming, he's got an old phone that he uses for his camera. It looks amazing. It just works. He can do the zooming in, he can do all that, and it's just... And I'm sitting here messing with settings every time I turn around. It's not fair, guys. And I feel like a lot of that is, you know, the Razer equipment is just garbage. There are some things like with my audio, I got some weird setups. I use Voicemeeter Potato. That's what allows me to, I've got Five Finger Death Punch in my ear. You guys get to listen to the StarCraft soundtrack. Sorry. But that's how I can do that. You know, without running afoul of any of the copyright stuff between Twitch or YouTube. One second. I gotta pull that image back up. Oh, without knocking my camera. That is white. Just gotta get that base or shadow color, assuming it even works. Gotta get that. I didn't realize this whole portion here is all his shirt. So yeah, I've got some stuff that's set up a little weird that contributes to some of the chaos. You know, like I said, I use Voicemeeter Potato. So essentially, I route my microphone into NVIDIA Broadcast, and then I route NVIDIA Broadcast into Voicemeeter Potato. And then, of course, my audio, I've got different audio channels so that I can not just listen to my own music, but I can also have a streamer in the background and listen to what they're saying and, you know, pay attention to them. All right, let's add this. Most of what I just painted is going to get covered by this. But it's just a headache. You know, part of it is I want to listen to whatever music I want, so I added all that Voicemeeter crap. And I know that adds a whole new dynamic, which since I set it up, I've figured a lot of how it works out. but there's still some challenges I run into, like how it reads various is that top part of his neck? It is. Damn it. Light. How everything communicates. I've learned all that. Or is that his cape? That's his cape. Never mind. I don't know what color his cape is, though. And that image doesn't show his cape. Yeah, so with these headsets, like this one, I've got it working. I've got the mic working fine. I've got the audio working. I've got everything. Everything's happy. But it's still, it just picks up too much background noise. So this other one, it's another Asus Republic of Gamers headset. But the goal is it will. I need to do something to clean this out. Sorry, I just remembered. Time for a new cloth. Sorry, it comes with like a AI sound canceling or something. Get this on me. I don't know how this got so messed up in there. That's still pretty.
Bien. I'll see you that.
Let's see if it'll. Yeah, see, it's still not even coming out. I don't want to press too hard. I've done that before. Let's see if I can't just scoop some out. I'm gonna have to do something to clean that. So I'm not sure if this is even gonna work. I should probably make my glaze now and see. But yeah, I've got to clean this one out, this pale yellow. Oh, I just got rid of my rag.
That's what. If I didn't.
Yeah, I've made quite a mess all over me. I don't know what happened to that pale yellow, but I'm gonna have to clean that out quite a bit. Man. And I did have every intention of trying the glaze before I applied this, and then I forgot. Because, yeah, my concern is this the right highlight? And that I don't know. Just don't know. I don't know what I don't know, guys. Gals. That's alright. The worst case is that this doesn't work, and I reprime this whole miniature like I plan on doing with my Darth Maul. Yeah, I started working on this guy last Saturday. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. I was doing the cloth. I was doing so well, and then I put transparent black, and it made it shiny. So it lost the cloth effect. So then I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna do the belt, the boots, the gloves, and I was so tired I couldn't get the placement right. So finally I was like, yeah, I'm done with this guy. I'm moving him aside. And now I'm ready to just reprime him and start over. Okay, so let's do this. Let's grab my glaze and wash medium. Put a little bit of that there. I say that like you guys can see my damp palette. Yeah, I use a wet palette, but I just keep it damp. Although I'm starting to get pretty dry. We'll see, that might be too watered down or glazed down. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna actually drop all of this in there. Again, I know I'm saying this like you guys can see what's going on my palette over here. Let's wash that out. And my glazes are always so thinned down. I'm always gonna err on the side of an over glazed glaze, whatever you want to call it. And just put multiple layers. Because you can always add more, but you can't take away once you put it on that miniature. Okay, I think we're good with this. So let's see what this does. My main goal is to glaze my highlight. I used pale yellow, and so I want to bring that unified a little more with that bright pale green that I used for all my mid, because that's what the final color should look like. You know, looking at Return of the Jedi, Boba Fett's armor, yeah, that bright pale green works perfectly with works perfectly for that color of the cloth. Words be tough. Yeah, so I'll probably have to glaze this a couple times, which is fine. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see when this dries. Ad break is starting soon. That means we've breached another hour. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when this dries. I may apply one more glaze layer, or I may just leave it. That is the right color, so I don't know if I really want to mess with it. That's fine. That'll give us time for that to dry a little bit while this ad break comes rolling in with its BS. Alright. Told you it was short. It's just a 30-second ad break. I hate ads. You all hate ads. Ads don't help anybody. And nobody's going to go on the vacation that none of us can afford, and no one's going to buy the product that we don't need. Ads are stupid. I may not need to do any more glazing. You know, I look at this, and that pale yellow... There. Well, it's still a little yellowy, but not bad. So maybe I do one more glaze and say we're happy. I'm always happy. Yeah. Why not, guys? I don't know what color his cape is, though. I don't remember. And that image didn't even have his cape. The heck is wrong with him? Okay, let's just do a real thin glaze. Or, sorry, second glaze. Just to try to knock that yellow a little bit and unify it with the, just unify it with the bright pale yellow. Sorry, bright pale green. That's the whole goal here, guys. We're just trying to get a... So I will try to put a little bit of effort, maybe not tonight, but probably tomorrow night. I'll be on earlier tomorrow, so naturally I'll end earlier. And I'm gonna try to put some effort into StreamerBot. Get some commands going. I don't know if I'll even keep the SiriBot, or I also have Nightbot. I don't even know what he's doing. He just sits in the back. I think Nightbot just mods my channel. He also, I think he does the shoutouts for raids, maybe? Or no, that's SiriBot. What are you doing, Nightbot? You ain't doing anything. But once I figure out what I'm doing with commands and all that crap, I may just replace all of my moderating bots with the StreamBot. Ink1/BrainRot explained to me today what I needed to do to name my bots. So I'd like to try that out. My whole goal is to unify my theme. Create a brand, if you will. The Grizzly brand. So I might try giving that a shot. See how far I can get. Again, I don't know if I'll do that tonight. That might be a tomorrow thing, after stream. It is almost 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So, after stream tonight, I don't know how much longer I'll want to play around. You know? Yeah, it kind of depends. All right. So I'd say that looks pretty good. My plan worked. You can still see the highlight. But it's less yellowy, and it just looks kind of like a highlight of a bright pale green, which is what my mid is. So I think we're good with that. Let's put these away because I think I'm good with my greens. And I'm good with the pale yellow. That worked out pretty well. Let's see. Maybe we start on his little rocket fuel thing. I don't know. That's kind of on the outside. I don't want to mess with that. Maybe we do his belt, gun, or maybe we do his armor. So that's like a darker green. Where's my hue chart? Where are you? That's almost like a jade. His actual armor. Maybe. I think we just go dark jade, jade, and then maybe a little bit of bright jade. Yeah, because his armor is definitely a jade color. His chest, his codpiece, his bracers, his helmet, and even his jetpack. That's all like a... So I think we are going to go with the dark jade, jade, jade. Bright jade. Where are my jades? Dark jade. Jade. And bright jade. We're going to find out very quickly if that is not a good combo. Before we jump into that, I'll give a little... His shoulders are gold, and his knee pads are gold. Those are different. Okay. So anybody that's just popping in, that has not been here before, I'm Grizzly. Mini painter. I am the world's okayest mini painter. Trying to get just a little bit better. But I stream Wednesdays around 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Fridays around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and Saturdays around 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I always try to get on a little bit earlier, but, you know, Wednesdays and Fridays, it kind of depends on work, and then Saturdays, you know, kind of depends on what I need to get prepared for the stream. So it's those are the tentative times. I almost exclusively paint Warcraft themed miniatures, but since May the 4th, I have been painting Star Wars, and I plan on doing that all summer long. If you like Star Wars, throw me a follow. If you don't, still throw me a follow. I do paint other stuff, just not all summer long. I will be getting some StarCraft miniatures, and I do have a lot of Warcraft miniatures I need to get through, so please follow, and then you can see all the lack of variety that I do. I don't think I need a lot of this. A little bit for the bottle. I've used all these before, but these I used before I got on the whole painting the bottles like this. I saw this in the Monument Hobbies Discord as a way of marking the bottles. I was depending on this, but that breaks off all the time. So this is a much better way of seeing what color, once it dries, what color is in the bottle. So, just saying. Alright, let's pop this all over his armor. That's right, I still need to look up his cape. That's alright. We'll deal with that on another day. Because I will probably get his armor pretty well done. And then we will most likely raid out. I don't think I'll be able to go much longer. That's alright. We have gone significantly longer than I planned. Maybe not significantly, but we're at over 4 hours. I didn't think I would go that long today. But that's alright. It's not a problem. So we will get the armor plating done. I think it's just... yeah, there's not a lot of armor. You know, unpopular opinion, I liked the Book of Boba. And I do have the, I don't remember what the set was called, but I do have the one with, Boba Fett, Din Djarin or whatever the Mandalorian's name is, and Baby Yoda, Grogu. He'll always be Baby Yoda to me. I did get that set, so I will be able to paint one day the Boba Fett from The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba. And I like that. I like that show. I don't care what anybody says. I liked it. I thought it was a great show. And I know a lot of people talk a lot of smack about it, but I don't care. I liked it. I liked the Boba Fett character. I love that actor. And, I like the story. I said what I said. Fight me. Granted, I am easily pleased. And Star Wars generally pleases me. So, it doesn't take much, but no, I just liked it. I have not seen the new Mandalorian Baby Grogu movie, Baby Yoda. But it sounds like there was a lot of hate towards it prior to it launching, and a lot of love for it after it launched. And that seems to be the norm. Is it ended up being a really good movie. I've not watched it yet. You know, getting me into a movie theater is good luck. Well, maybe next year. Maybe next year when they re-release A New Hope into the theater. That would be so cool. I'm just saying. That would be so cool. My dad took my mom on a date to go to the movie theater and watch Star Wars A New Hope when it launched, or when it released, sorry. And she is not into Star Wars. She is still not into Star Wars. Actually, their first date was to watch The Outlaw Josie Wales, which is a Clint Eastwood Western. That was their first date. She thought it was a dumb movie. I think that's a great movie. Good job, Dad. My mom would disagree, but she still married him. So, thankful to The Outlaw Josie Wales. But yeah, my dad did take my mom on a date to the first Star Wars movie as well. I think I got everything that was armor. So it means we need to see Mandalorian. Who's the Mandalorian? I don't know if I want to take you to watch the Mandalorian. Our first date was I don't remember what I ordered. I think I ordered salmon because I was trying to be healthy, like I am now again, now that I got fat. And I drank 2 beers. The first one went down very quickly because I was nervous. Yeah. So next year, all to say that next year, The Mandalorian, wow, A New Hope will be in theaters, and that may get me out of retirement back into the movie theaters. We'll see. We will see. All right. Let's see. Yeah, that looks right. I don't know how I'm going to do all that battle damage on here, or even I'll figure it out. I'll be fine. We will be fine. Let's blow that. Let's throw some actual jade on here. Come on. Just need a little bit. There we go. Same deal. Let's load up the oh. Wow, that looks good. So far, I definitely gotta. This guy's gotta look good. This is Boba Fett. He is hands down one of my favorite characters in the Star Wars universe. So he has to look good. Like, I can't express. Listen, guys. I'm always gonna keep it real with y'all. When he showed up in The Mandalorian, and all those stormtroopers started coming at towards them, and he just started wrecking them. Like, I can't even express the nerd rage within me. Like, I don't think you guys understand Boba Fett is, excuse my language, he is a badass. And we didn't get to see enough of his badassery in the original trilogy. And so for him to, I mean, it was discouraging to, he got tossed in the Sarlacc pit. Like, he's ready to take out Luke, and Han just accidentally hits him, shoots his jetpack, and shoots him into the, or not shoots it, he hits his jetpack, sets it off, and sends him into the Sarlacc pit. And it's like, this is Boba Fett. You watch how Jango Fett, who trained Boba, you watch how Jango takes on Obi-Wan in the prequel trilogy. Like, that's what I expect from a Mandalorian. And so, for Boba Fett to not only survive the Sarlacc pit, which there was a bunch of comics that alluded to that back in the pre-Disney era. So for Disney to run with that, that right there was awesome. And then you got, he shows up, him and Fennec Shand, who was, both of them were in the Clone Wars cartoon series. So the fact they're still working with each other, awesome. I love it. I approve. And as he just wrecks those stormtroopers, I mean, come on. That was an amazing moment. He's got rockets coming out of his knees. He's shooting them. He's knocking them out. Like, it was... There are a few moments in the Star Wars universe that give me chills. That was one of them. The other one, at the last episode of season 2 of The Mandalorian, when the Death Troopers or whatever, those robots, are closing in and they're getting ready to break in, and suddenly an X-Wing flies in, and it's Luke Skywalker, and he pops out of that X-Wing, and he just starts destroying. Oh my goodness. Like, you want to talk about nerd rage? I was nerding out so bad in that scene. And I mean, you think about it. Like, from the perspective, so an X-Wing flies in. My first thought was, oh, the New Republic showed up. They finally showed up to help him. Because Mando had run into New Republic before. So when the X-Wing shows up, I'm like, okay, cool. The New Republic's showing up to help. And then it was, why can't I remember her name? Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan says it's just a single X-Wing. And suddenly the realization hits, and you're like, it's just one X-Wing. And then the X-Wing lands, and the Death Troopers are staring in the fog, and a green lightsaber lights up. And at that point, everybody knows who it is now. And all the, excuse my language again, all the holy shit moments, it's Luke Skywalker. And he just, you watch how Mando fights those the one, and he's able to finally kill it, but it took so much effort, and you're like, there's a whole battalion of them out there. Well, now Luke just walks his way through them. He's just cutting them down like it's nothing. Oh my goodness, that was definitely my favorite moment in The Mandalorian. The only other moment for me that comes close is when you see Ahsoka Tano. You know, she became easily, um, if not my favorite, definitely up there on the list of favorites for Star Wars characters, which is humorous because when she first appeared in the Clone Wars cartoon movie, my first thought is, who is this annoying kid that they introduced? But then that character grows all throughout Star Wars, the Clone Wars TV series. You know, she continues to grow and she continues to become um, just awesome. And you really begin to grow onto that character. Um, and then, you know, that kind of ends. Star Wars Rebels happens. I think season 2, you finally meet Fulcrum, which is the contact that this little rebel cell has been meeting with to give them missions. And you find out Fulcrum is Ahsoka Tano. What? And then reading the book about Ahsoka Tano, about what she kind of does after the Clone Wars end, after Order 66. You know, she goes in hiding, and of course, because she's a Jedi, she can't just watch as people get hurt. She helps out, and that attracts the Inquisitors. And the whole time, she gave up her lightsabers, and so now she's looking for. She needs to find new kyber crystals, but nothing's popped out. You know, nothing summoned her like they do for Jedi. And so she has these shells that don't have kyber crystals. And the Inquisitor shows up, and again, this is all the book, called Ahsoka. Read it if you haven't, trust me. And she senses her lightsaber crystals inside the Inquisitor's lightsaber. And for a Sith Lord or a Dark Jedi, they take a kyber crystal and they pour their hate and their fury into it and turn it into a red crystal. So whatever color it may have been before, it's now red, it's tainted, garbage. She senses her crystals, or senses those crystals calling out to her. And so as this Inquisitor is challenging her, she reaches out with the Force and rips the crystals out of the Inquisitor's lightsaber, and on the way purifies them and turns them. That's why her lightsaber blades are white, which is awesome. I am not focused on what I am painting all right now, so I'm probably making mistakes, but whatever. We're having fun. I'm having fun. So that's why in Star Wars Rebels, Ahsoka has white lightsaber blades. Which was so cool. So cool. And then in Star Wars Rebels, she goes toe-to-toe with Darth Vader. Has some of the best lines. She's talking to him and talking about Anakin, and he says, Anakin is dead, and then she said, well, then I will avenge his death. And Darth Vader says, I thought vengeance wasn't the Jedi way. And she says, I'm no Jedi. And then she goes toe to toe with one of the most powerful Sith Lords ever. She loses. You don't ever get the result. You just see the temple collapsing, and you have to wait a whole season. You don't know if she's alive. You don't know if she's dead. You got to wait a whole season where they do their little time travel thing, and they find out about this whole chamber, and they see her fighting. This is Ezra. I think just Ezra. Was it just Ezra in there? He sees Ahsoka fighting Darth Vader, and right as Darth Vader's about to strike her dead, he reaches in, pulls her through the portal, and saves her life. So very, very cool. So she survives. And then I think you encounter her. When did she first show up in The Mandalorian? Which was, oh my goodness, another moment.
And he gets that.
What are you throwing around over there? Yeah, and that show again, I loved it. Ahsoka Tano is definitely, she's up there with my favorites. Love the Obi-Wan show. Oh, did I love Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan Kenobi. What were we? Oh, I was talking about the excuse my language, the oh shit moments in Star Wars. So yeah, when Luke arrived, when Boba Fett rocked those stormtroopers, in The Mandalorian. Ooh, Rogue One. The ending scenes when the rebels get the plans, so they manage to beam them up from the planet, and it gets to the rebels, and so these fleet troopers are trying to get it to the Tantive 4, which is Princess Leia's Corvette, Corellian Corvette, and Darth Vader is on their ship, or on this base, the space station, whatever it was, and oh, as he goes down that hallway wrecking fleet troopers, ooh, buddy, that was an amazing scene. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. What other oh shit moments? I will give credit to the final trilogy. Like, I enjoyed it. There's a lot of issues there, but I did enjoy it. Oops, that's probably too much. Oh well. Yeah, there was a lot of discombobulation with the changing of directors, and The Last Jedi just feels so disconnected compared to like The Force Awakens and The Rise of Skywalker, but when all the ships show up, that was pretty awesome. What other oh shit moments do I remember? I mean, those are the main ones. Those are the main ones. So just looking to edge highlight. with the bright jade. As best as I can, that is. So all that to say, because that was a really long tangent, just to say that I enjoyed the Book of Boba. That was a really long tangent. That happens a lot here. Uh, I want to get a little bit of highlight, but I have to glaze that down a little bit. My blending skills are not, they're not on point. Trust me. Uh, so yeah. Star Wars. Book of Boba. See, I very easily lose my train of thought. Especially when I get focused on painting, my train of thought goes very quickly. But yes, we as an I, was talking about Boba Fett and how I actually enjoyed the Book of Boba. Uh, Sorry to everyone that didn't. Sorry about your feelings. I enjoyed it. And I have no regrets about enjoying it. I don't know, I just liked I liked everything about it. Thought the story was good. And Like I said already, I love the actor. What is his name? Robert Timura or something like that. Yeah, I liked him. I just liked it. Sorry. Not sorry. That's gonna be red, so I don't need to mess with that. It's gotta be a deep red. So, the top of his helmet is kind of, I don't know. My blending isn't good. My blends are kind of weak. But so far he's coming together. Codpiece. Just a tiny little bit of light. Let's move that out of the way. So, yeah, the color on this camera, my goodness, why? I still got to figure out the color of the cloak, but then he's got goldish colored knee pads and shoulder pads, some really light leather bags, and I probably will repaint the belt and the rifle black, and then build up from there. And then a little bit of red around his visor. And I'll probably redo the visor black. And then of course the rocket and his the boots. I think the boots were very similar in color to the bags. Maybe they might have been a little more gray. So and then his knees, those will probably just be the same leather as his bags. They weren't on any of the images, but that's all right. I think so far, I'm kind of happy with this guy. I was really nervous because this is Boba Fett. This isn't just a battle droid. But I think so far I'm pretty pleased. Yeah, I'm using my dirty, wet palette water to re-dampen my... Because I don't want to use this much parchment paper. I'll need to run this under the sink. I've only used a third of the parchment paper, so I don't want to replace it just yet. I mean, I've got a good amount of it, but well, shoot. I don't know if I want to jump on to anything more. It is almost 6 o'clock. Maybe I try to do those flames real fast. Why not? So, we're gonna grab the white, bold titanium white. And I'm gonna see about those fluorescents. Let's do this. It's just two little flames. And I've done these with Army Painter speed paints before. But I want to try it with the Monument Hobbies fluorescents. And there's even a tutorial they have. But I mostly remember. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Was it the fluorescence or was it the transparents? I think it was the fluorescence. Yes, I'm right. I'm right. And then after that, we'll need to call it. We're almost at 5 hours. It is well, it's 6:30 here. All right. So let's grab my fluorescence. It's gonna be red, orange. That's pink. That's not orange. Oh, here we go. Yellow and orange. Let's see how we can make this work. I'm gonna go ahead and return the jades. We are done with those for now. So let's drop the fluorescent red on there first. And we're just going to cover all the white with fluorescent red. This is why we keep a little bit of the paint there. So when I mess up, easy fix. Okay. Same on here. Okay. I feel like I need to let that dry a bit. These are little... Well, we'll see. Oh, dang. So I will remind everybody, I am on Wednesdays around 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Fridays around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and Saturdays around 9 a.m. So anyone here that wants to watch me finish this guy, that will happen tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Although the colors on this camera, I'm gonna have to fix that. That's all right. We're good. We're good. We'll fix that tomorrow, tonight, maybe. We'll definitely fix the headset. So now, why is it not picking that up? And it's picking up, man. So annoying. So annoying. Okay. That looks dry. Orange. So I'm going to try to hit as much as I can, minus the recesses. Let's see if I can. Yeah, tomorrow, as they say, Lord willing and the creek don't rise, my audio should be a little bit better. Not so much feedback and background noise. Obviously, I still need to do some work on my camera because you can't even. Oh, wow. Yeah, you can't even see what I'm doing. Damn. It just looks like one big brightness. I may end up replacing this camera. You know, it was a nice thought, this whole camo AI bullshit. I love AI, but this camo software has not been good to me. And this dang Razer EO V2, like, I mean, it just, I've made a lot of adjustments, but I'm looking at like the armor and that's not what I'm seeing. It's close. But like the red there, the red and orange, that is not how it looks in life. It'd be cool if it looked like that. That is not how it looks. So that's kind of annoying. Uh-oh. So that's annoying. Very annoying. I'm tired of technology that just doesn't want to tech. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I think that's the vibrancy. I gotta mess with the vibrancy a bit. Or just buy a new camera. I have one in my cart. I looked up best cameras for mini painting, streaming, and there was one that was just shy of 200. The others were, oh my goodness, like $1,000. Not gonna spend 1,000, but 200, I can stomach that. Yeah, it's probably good right there. The rest of it you can't really see, so that's good for flame. Again, yeah, so I may end up purchasing that camera. and just be done with Razor equipment. It just is not all it's cracked up to be, as is evidenced here. I mean, again, this looks pretty good on camera, but those flames don't look right compared to what I'm visually seeing. He looks pretty good though. So I'm pretty happy with what we got accomplished tonight. We finished this guy. I need to pop some matte varnish on him to protect that, since I've already rubbed off so much of the base primer. We did the rifles of these guys and a little bit of touch up on the actual droid. There's 30 of these. And now we've made some good headway with one of my favorite characters. Hopefully tomorrow morning when I go to finish him, I'll have dialed this camera in to better visualize that. Hopefully. Technology has been my enemy since forever. Since always. Let's see. So we're gonna go ahead raid a friend of the stream, Penny Paints, an amazing painter and a pretty fun streamer. He usually has a pretty cool cat cam. Doesn't look like the cat is behaving this time, but I would appreciate anybody that isn't following him. Please do. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this out here. Yeah, please do follow him. He is a friend to us and an amazing painter. So I will be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I will be continuing to work on this Boba Fett. Usual stream schedule, Wednesday night, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and Saturday, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I will be back tomorrow to work on Boba Fett. Hopefully you guys all, guys and gals, and others, will join me tomorrow, and we will continue Boba Fett, OG Boba. So, as always, stay mad, stay angry, stay grizzly.